Hi, Chris. Can you hear me? Hi, Hillary. Hi, Chris. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we've got you, Abdullah. We're just have our mics off for a second. Just we'll be firing it up live in a couple of minutes. Okay. Good day, everyone. We're going to go live now. It's 12 noon. And I just wanted to say thank you very much for joining us today at Fall Preview Day in the engineering session. I'm Chris Beckett. I am the industry liaison officer with the school and person who manages many of our external events, including events such as this one geared towards recruiting and communicating with our next group of potential students. So thanks so much for being with us. And I'm going to just take a quick moment to introduce the panel of professors and students that we have with us today who are going to present some information. As well, we have an ongoing live chat Q&A. So as you have questions, please feel free to enter those into the question and answer chat board. We also have a group of students and staff that are manning that or working the board to make sure that we try to answer your questions as well as possible. We'll be taking a few of the reoccurring questions or addressing some of the themes that we've seen in the Q&A over the 35-40 minute presentation, and over the last 5 or so minutes we'll address a couple of those questions live to air. So with us today, we have Hilary Ruyackers, and Hilary's the liaison officer for the School of Engineering. So if you have individual questions or would like to reach out to the school in some way, shape, or form, whether it's to give her, shoot her an email, Hilary will share that email with you later. But certainly, Hilary's the point person for your questions around our programs, or maybe your desire to have an individual conversation with more direct questions that you'd like to answer. Dr. Abdallah El Sayed is a mechanical engineering prof, and Abdallah's here with us today to talk a little bit about his program, his teaching philosophies, what it's like to teach in person versus what it's like to teach online, which is the environment that we're in at the moment. So Abdallah's going to have some great information for you as well. Dr. Karen Gordon. Karen is the Associate Dean Academic with our college, and that's the College of Engineering and Physical Sciences as well. Karen's a biomedical engineering professor with us here in the School of Engineering. So we're pleased to have Karen with us. Catherine Idzik is a mechanical engineering student in her 3rd year. Catherine's also in the co-op program. She'll be able to talk to us about some student experiences, what it's like in her program, what it's like in co-op. Adriana Khan, the same. Adriana's with us from the biomedical program. I think Adriana might be with us audio only if we've managed to figure out her technical issues. And we do have Jeffrey Limbs on the chat board, but said he might be able to join us live as well. So I hope I haven't missed anybody. I apologize if I have, but I'm sure we'll hear from you over the course of the presentation. So if we can move to the next slide. And this is talking about why Guelph Engineering. So in this presentation, maybe not necessarily as the bullets appear, but we're going to try to address all of these reasons why we feel Guelph Engineering is a great choice for you when you're in pursuing your Bachelor of Engineering. And these are things that are in place through curriculum and actual design of our program. There are some unique features to our engineering programs, but you'll see also some of them are very much more student experience based, and you're going to hear from our students about why they're so happy that they chose Guelph Engineering, what led them to choose to study here, and some of the great things that they experience on a day-to-day basis. So I think we'll start with going through, we'll go to the next slide here and just touch briefly on the program requirements as they're relevant to most of the students, I would imagine, in the audience, and our high school students in the audience. And maybe I'll hand this over to Karen to just walk us through the program requirements for your consideration for fall 2022 admission, 2021 admission. Pardon my French. Go ahead. Are you there, Karen?
Yeah, just unmuting. Thanks very much,
thanks,
for that. Yeah, that introduction. So hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our fall preview day, virtual. It's a shame that you can be here in person because it's such a beautiful afternoon outside. I'm on campus right now, but I'm in my office, unfortunately. But yeah, thanks for taking the time to come out today to spend some time with us to answer some of your questions, hopefully, about the engineering program here. So the program requirements to get into engineering, we require grade 4U English, 4U Advanced Functions, Calculus and Vectors, and then 2 of your 4U Sciences. So we will look at your top 2 marks. I always get questions from students who are wondering whether they should get all three, and we strongly encourage you to get all three, especially if you're thinking about coming into more of our, say, the bio program or the environmental program. That 12U biology is really useful. And certainly I also get questions from people who are coming into the bio or thinking about coming into the bio or the environmental program or the biomedical program, wondering whether they need the 4U physics. And the answer is yes, the 4U physics is definitely needed there as well. So recommend that you get all three grade 12 sciences, but we will only look at your top 2 marks, okay, in order to figure out your admission average, if you will. So again, that average is calculated based on grade 12 English, advanced functions, calculus and vectors, and then 2 of your grade 12 sciences. And then we look at your next highest mark, whatever that is, and we'll calculate an average from that and make offers accordingly. The cutoffs range between all of our programs and given year to year. Some estimates of cutoffs are available in the handbook. And it's worth mentioning as well that you can see on the right side of your screen that recently we have changed our admission requirements to actually include chemistry and physics as mandatory. So we will be looking at those 2 from fall 2022 on, and the bio will be the optional one. But again, I usually recommend to grade 12 students that are thinking about going into engineering that getting all 3 of your grade 12 sciences is probably a smart move. So I think I'll stop there, Chris,
okay.
If you want to.
That's great.
Yep.
Thanks. And I think I'll ask you to stay with me, keep your mic on and stay with me, and you and I can walk through briefly the 7 programs that make up our, or the 7, our 7 programs that make up our BEng options. And I'd just like to encourage everyone, we really only have about 35 minutes or 40 minutes. There's a lot of information to share with you. So we'd encourage you to go to our website. A lot of the information that we've pulled off, that we've put together here for you is on our website. So it's very easily and readily available for you. So I'd encourage you to circle back to our website if you have additional questions or maybe missed something along the way. As well, just make note of the contact information for Hillary that will come up a little later in the presentation as she shares it. That's a great opportunity for you to reach out, ask any questions that you still may have. We're planning on creating opportunities for any interested students to possibly connect with existing students over a Zoom call or a Teams Live or whatever scenario we can set up, and that will be coming in the months that follow. So we do offer 7 unique programs here that make up the Bachelor of Engineering. We offer biological engineering, biomedical engineering, computer engineering, engineering systems and computing, environmental engineering, mechanical engineering, water resources engineering are the formal programs. And entering, there is the option to start your studies as an undeclared engineering major, and you'll be required to choose your major no later than your 3rd semester. So I've asked Karen, she's in a position, she might be a bit more of a generalist on some of our programs. We're going to ask Abdallah El Sayed to comment and maybe any of our students to comment on their programs as well. But I thought maybe I'd go back to Karen and just have her run through a couple of our programs and talk in very general terms about the themes around what is studied and what the differences are.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks, Karen.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah. So as Chris mentioned, there's 7 different programs. So we do cover a wide breadth, and the University of Guelph and the School of Engineering, I think, is known for having some of the non-traditional engineering programs at the undergrad level as well, which is kind of unique. So for example, the biological engineering program. So this is a bit like chemical engineering, only it uses, it's manipulating living organisms in order to produce an engineering product of some sort. So some examples of biological engineering, many of our students will work in the food industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the brewing industry, that kind of field, where they are designing systems and equipment in order to manufacture the products that those living organisms can produce. So there's a close link between biological and biomedical. Biomedical, that's my field, and I will just briefly touch on this because I think we do have some biomedical students here. But basically, biomedical engineering is designing and solving problems in the medical field. So it's very, very broad as well. And you could see where there could be some links between the biological engineering program and the biomedical engineering program. We can dive into that if there's interest. Oh, sorry. So computer, do we want to speak to each along the way, or?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay, sure. So computer engineering. Here we go there. So computer engineering, there's always the question of what's the difference between computer engineering and engineering systems and computing. Again, these two programs or these two majors are closely linked as well. The difference is computer engineering is a little more focused, a little more based in computer science. You will get more coding courses, so computer science courses. And there's 4 areas of an area of emphasis that you can pick within computer engineering. For example, you can focus on electronic design, software design, AI and robotics, or microsystems. So that's on the slide there. So it's much more focused in computer science and software development, as opposed to engineering systems and computing, which I imagine is the next slide. Which basically is much broader, more multidisciplinary. So this major will mix more of your traditional engineering courses like mechanics, energy transfer courses, and you will also take software courses and hardware. So you really get a strong mix and a strong background in a lot of different areas. And the reason that it's so broad is because you, as an engineering systems and computing student, will learn to look at things from the systems perspective and model pretty much anything as a system. And that's a unique perspective to have. So it is unique. We're one of the few engineering schools in Canada that have this program. And it's a unique program, and it is slightly different from computer engineering. So moving forward then, we've got environmental engineering. So for environmental engineering, as the name suggests, you're going to be tackling some of our environmental challenges. We know that there are lots. Our environmental engineering program is long-standing, very successful. Our graduates go out and work in many different industries, including consulting, looking at things like renewable energy, wastewater management, site remediation. All of those things are options within the environmental engineering program. And then, mechanical. Okay, so mechanical's next. So mechanical is probably our most traditional, if you will, engineering major within the program. And so this is really, focused in mechanics. We do have the ability to sort of pick an area of emphasis or a stream within mechanical engineering where you can focus on renewable energy, mechatronics. There's a biomechanics stream and also a manufacturing stream there. So you can choose to take sort of your 3rd and 4th year elective courses within one of those areas. But the first few years are definitely grounded in mechanical engineering. So you'll be taking your hardcore mechanics courses and getting a solid background in things like mechanics and energy transfer and all of that kind of thing. Okay, so this would be the last one, water resources engineering. Again, this is sort of closely linked to our environmental engineering program, but it's very, very focused in the water area. Our graduates here, this is one of our smallest undergraduate majors, but our graduates are highly sought after. So we've had this program running for decades now. It again is one of the only water resources engineering that I'm aware of in the country. And you can pursue unique interests in this particular major in the areas of water conservation, stormwater management, water purification. I've seen our graduates go into those types of areas as well. So that's certainly an option if you're thinking about environmental engineering, but want to be a little bit more specialized into just the area of water. And we know that water and safe drinking water, water management is certainly an area where we need strong engineers in the future. And undeclared. So As Chris mentioned, so there is an option at the University of Guelph to come into your engineering program as an undeclared. So that is really for students who are not quite sure which of the 7 majors they're most interested in pursuing, and it gives you a chance to get here, hopefully talk a bit more to some of our professors and some of the students in the upper years, start taking some courses and try to figure out which of the 7 majors is the best one for you. So the way that works is that we do have a common first semester in engineering where you will take first design, a chemistry, calculus, a physics, and then 1 of 2 programming courses. So even if you come in as an undeclared student, we do recommend that you sort of think about if you might be interested in pursuing our computer engineering, our systems and computing engineering streams. And if you are, you would need to sign up for SIS 1300. And if you are not going to pursue one of those 2 majors, then you can sign up for the SIS 1500 instead. There is some flexibility if you've made the wrong decision there, that we can certainly move forward. If you did decide, oh, I signed up for 1500, but I want to get into the computer engineering program, there is flexibility there, but you're better off to have that as a requirement or as under your belt after your first semester. And then usually by your second semester, you need to have kind of decided whether or not you're pursuing some of our majors on sort of more the life sciences side of things, like biomed, environmental, water, as opposed to some of the majors that are more focused on the technology side of things, which would be your mechanical, your computer engineering, that type of thing. Because the course options do start to change by semester 3. So we do need students to start making those decisions in their second term here. Chris, is that kind of...
That was really an excellent description. Thank you very much. And again, we've had a couple of comments asking for us to put individual slides back up. I would just like to suggest maybe we've had one specifically for the biomedical. So Hillary, can you throw the biomedical program slide back up? I want to take a minute. And so Dr. Gordon suggested that a couple of our programs are a bit non-traditional as we sort of in terms of what else is offered around the country. I'd also like to touch on a couple of, I don't know if they're entirely unique features, but they're different features that we're very proud of and that we feel adds a great deal to the student experience through this. And this is our emphasis on design. We're one of the only curriculums that has a design course in each of the 4 years of your study, and then a real emphasis on collaborative learning. So I'm going to ask the students that are on the panel with us to all unmute and go live, because I'd just like to have a little discussion with the students about your experience through design, working with groups, and working with people outside of your own program. So these are very, very subtle differences that you'll find here at Guelph compared to some other places, but we feel that they have a huge impact on how our students are ultimately prepared to enter the engineering profession wherever they choose to do so. And this is something that we do. This isn't just our own opinion. This is something we hear from companies that hire our engineers. This is something we hear back from our alumni on what they feel they're bringing to the table that maybe a lot of their colleagues in business haven't done so. So we have a design course which brings together students from all of our different programs. So every student in the first, second, third, fourth year cohorts come together to take on a design course. And you're put into groups fairly randomly in some cases, sometimes more strategically by the Students Initiative. But in the first year, we have Design 1. Design 1 is a sort of an introductory course into the theories and practices of engineering design, culminating in a group project which we call the Teddy Bear Wheelchair. It's essentially building an autonomous vehicle that the mascot teddy bear for the course is required to ride on the vehicle and as it executes certain tasks. So I'm not sure which student maybe Catherine or Jeffrey or Adriana, just comment on Design 1, and in your first semester of study at Guelph Engineering, you find yourself in a design class. How was that, and how has that helped you?
Personally, myself, I found it helped me a lot in for instance, in my group, I had a biological, a 2 water resource, and a biomedical, and then I'm a mechanical. I like nuts and bolts. They like biology, so we're kind of completely different on a lot of those spectrums. And I was able to then have almost like an interdisciplinary group where we are all good at different things, to the point where I did a lot of the electrical portions for it. And I was actually able to use my electrical knowledge to not only help out my own group, but to also guide and help other groups, because it's not like we were really in a huge competition with each other. We were able to actually extend help there, where then in turn a lot of them would then help me with studying, and it just kind of built a community based off of that first project. It was kind of a really, really good opening to just a good overall program experience.
That's excellent. Thanks, Catherine. Adriana or Jeffrey, do you have anything to add to that? We'll keep moving. We've got 2, 3, and 4 to cover.
I could answer if you.
Yeah,
if you
go
want.
for it.
So
Sure.
I that project was really helpful for me to understand. What was the question again? Sorry, I just started
reflecting on your Design 1 experience.
I found that even from my group, my peers, it was really important. Like, your team was really important. Like, some people had not so great teams, or people who dropped out of the program, and they had a lot more struggles. So it really showed me how teamwork is really important in engineering. Like, if you have a good team, it can help. It can bring you a long way.
That's right. And those are lessons that are learned and I think valued for not just the time that you're in your BEng, but as you move into the workforce. And as I've suggested, these are themes that we hear back from companies that hire our students and alumni that are now in executive positions, that the lessons they learned going through just the 4 design courses have been ones they've remembered for their entire career. And Hillary's found a slide here and put it up for us. Design 2, we have students that are tasked with designing and creating a 3D printed Kinder toy based on a yearly theme. And the Kinder reference is that the product needs to be, as you see, 3D printed, but it needs to be executed so that it is in a number of pieces, so that it can assemble and disassemble and fit into one of the larger Kinder eggs. And then the presentation, or the business piece of this, is that your group makes a presentation as they're presenting the toy, makes a presentation to the judges about, I guess, themed on how your toy or their toy should be the one that they choose for this year's toy launch, which is interesting, because it does bring a bit of a business presentation to the project as well. Design 3, students present their creative solution project to common problems in everyday life. So I always sort of relay this one to people, that the groups are now organizing themselves into maybe a consulting firm where they're taking on a problem that's brought to them by an industry partner. And it really is about, I think this is really more about applying sort of non-original engineering, but still solving the problem within the parameters that the industry partner has brought it to you. And certainly Design 4, we refer to it as 41X. That's our final capstone design project. And this is definitely made up of interdisciplinary teams as they try to tackle using original engineering thought to problems that are brought to them by real world scenarios as well. So I'm not sure where everybody is. Catherine, you're in 3rd year. Maybe a comment about Design 2. It looks like a really fun program. I'm not sure we have anybody with us that's taken Design 3 or 41X yet.
So Design 2, I enjoyed a lot, and not only because it was the Kinder toy, but my group and I decided, we said, we love the constraints that they put on us, but we talked to the prof, and we actually had a lot of creative freedom with some of the things. We proposed an idea that that actually didn't follow a few of the constraints. But it was because we wanted to build a 3D printed drone so that we could learn more about actual, like I wanted to learn more about gyroscopes and accelerometers, and I wanted to actually integrate that into my classwork. And so even though it wasn't written in there, you do, if you have some kind of ideas, you can actually present them to the prof, and they will either okay or not okay the toy. So I think that that is really good, like really amazing with design 2. And I had a brother who went through mechanical engineering and just graduated, so he really enjoyed design 3 and design 4. Design 4, it's just, you have so much creative freedom within it to pick what you want to do, and you can actually then, you're not only forming your degree with your electives, you're also then forming it with what your projects are throughout the whole thing. So it gives you actual ability to build prototypes and to have more industry experience compared to just some of the electives you decide to take. So I mean, I love the design courses, especially for that.
Excellent. Adriana, how are you technically? Can you join us? You were having trouble earlier.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, great. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We haven't heard from you. Do you have any comment on your experience through design or working collaboratively with your peers?
I think design 1, especially because you're with so many other different people and, you know, it's first year, first semester. I think by having that course, it's just such a great way to really feel a part of the engineering community. And it's a way to bond with all types of engineers. So there's no exclusion. I felt that there was a big sense of community at the University of Guelph, especially in the engineering community.
That's great. Yeah, so that's really a theme that's reinforced through all of this, is that, you know, it is engineering is obviously a challenging discipline and very demanding, but here at the University of Guelph, there's it's a very, very supportive academic environment. I don't think you ever really get the feeling that you're in this on your own. We have program counselors that are available. We have mental health services embedded in our school for those that need to seek support. So there really are a lot of supportive features to it, including and should not be overlooked, but the support that you get from your peers in your programs as well. So we haven't heard from Abdallah Al Sayed. I wonder if Abdallah can join us. I wanted to hear from a prof about teaching at the School of Engineering, maybe your philosophy around teaching, Abdallah. How have you found, so I guess we shouldn't ignore the fact that there is a bit of a new reality for delivering education and learning at the moment. We are in an online scenario. Just wondering if Abdallah, you can join us and talk to us a little bit about teaching and research and what you've got going on at the school.
Sure, and I can mention
I'm not hearing you all that well.
Maybe I'll use unmute or remove my headset.
There, I've got you now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so maybe I'll talk a little bit about what we used to do before and then how we've adapted to our current situation.
Sure thing.
So the course I'm currently teaching is material science, and this is a course that all the engineering disciplines have to take. And so it's a second-year course, and we have a very hands-on laboratory, as well as in-class lectures with quizzes and assignments. And so previous semesters, we used to have about a 20-person lab every other week. And now due to COVID, we're limiting we're kind of trying to maintain social distancing and limiting the number of people within the same room. So what we've done is had kind of a rotating session where one member from each group is able to come in for an in-person lab if they would like to, and the remainder of their group members are watching a live stream. And so they're there live with the TA, with their colleagues conducting the lab, and so they can ask questions directly. We're offering recordings of these labs that are posted to a kind of a common channel for the entire course. And then the lectures, I've adjusted them so that they have partially a component that students review on their own. And then the lecture component, I go through examples as well as in-depth questions where I feel that they have the most difficulty with, while other concepts that are a little bit more definitions, knowing some terms or some values, those are components that I'm leaving to the students to review on their own. So I made the course a little bit more of a mix of self-study as well as in-class interaction. And then we're being very creative and using polling to run quizzes or just to get feedback. And then we have a lot of online tools in order to conduct tests in a fair and respectful and kind of to be accommodating to students, as well as still maintaining our academic integrity.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you, what courses do you teach, Abdullah? And, what is your area of research and interest around the school?
Sure. So I mainly teach second year materials science and mechanics courses. So I'm the bridge between, in the first year, students take physics and mechanics 1. So they're just kind of getting in their feet wet into motion and energy transfer. And in mechanics 2, the second year course, we're now looking at steel beams or rods or shafts and looking how they twist and bend, and looking at things like deflection if you're designing a bearing or a transmission shaft or a beam. And it links very well into the third year course, which is machine design for the mechanical engineering students, as well as my second year material science course links directly to manufacturing that mechanical students take, as well as biomaterials that the biomedical, biological, as well as mechanical students can also take. My research area is on manufacturing, mainly manufacturing light metals for the automotive industry. These are mainly aluminum and magnesium alloys. So I tie directly into material science, manufacturing, and mechanics. So looking at developing lighter, stronger products for automotive applications, and how do we make sure that they give good performance as well as reduce fuel economy, improve fuel economy, excuse me, and reduce carbon emissions.
Well, that's great, Abdullah. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you being involved and sharing that with us. If there's any questions for Dr. El Sayed, you can post them on the live event Q&A, and he'll keep his eye there. So I think we'll move on. We're running out of time in our first session here quickly, but I'm going to ask Hillary, and I'd like the students to maybe be live on this one as well. One of the things that Guelph is very well known for is the high levels of overall student satisfaction. We know that comes from that very supportive academic environment that we have, and a lot of support from your peers, but it also comes from a lot of opportunities to be involved in co-curricular and extracurricular things. So I'll ask Hillary and maybe one or two of the students to talk about our clubs and student life and what they enjoy about being around the engineering community.
All right, thank you, Chris. So I think now it's a good time to remind prospective students that university isn't all about academics and that our students do have fun. There is 13 clubs on campus in engineering alone, and it gives students plenty of opportunities for them to take part in experiential learning and putting what they've learned to hands-on learning, networking with students from other majors, degrees, and schools, and just a lot of collaboration. So I'll just pick a few since we are running short on time. The top one, you'll see the big gears, the G and the E, that is the Guelph Engineering Society, also known as NSOC on campus. It's sort of like a student council of elected peers, and they work together to provide events for students and services and representation for the student body on campus. Another one we have in the top right, you'll see the Formula SAE. It's a racing team. Every year they build an open-wheeled race car and they race it in Michigan in an event that happens every year as well. So I'll just go to the next slide and you'll see a picture of the racing team out there. So that's it. Back to you, Chris. Chris, you're still muted.
Thank you. I was muted. I was going to ask any of the students that are with us here if they have comment. Is anybody part of NSOC or a club? Talk about student life, what they like around the engineering community.
I'm personally not on NSOC myself, but a lot of my friends are, and they have found it an amazing way to kind of get more into the community. And the thing is that NSOC, I believe there's also a higher level of NSOC once you graduate, and so you can also get into more of that afterwards. But there's other ones like Engineers for a Sustainable World for people who are, very like earth conscious, all the enviros out there, and then so WISE, I'm participating in WISE this year, which is Women in Science and Engineering, and they have a lot of different opportunities. They typically run all of the Go Eng Girls, if you've ever heard of those. This year, every year they have like national conferences, and so I think a lot of these are just great ones to get involved in. So, I mean, I've personally been to some meetings of some of them. Sometimes I just I have a lot of the friends who talk about them. GNCTR, which is it is a concrete toboggan team, and there's so many people in that team. They absolutely love it, and it's a huge social thing as well.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting some of those clubs, when sort of the environment is more back to normal, you have the opportunity. I know the concrete toboggan team has traveled to Manitoba and various places around the country to compete. Same with the Formula SAE, very, very active all over North America competing. So I think the message here, and thanks to both Hillary and Catherine there, is that there's more than the X's and O's of your program and your academic pursuits. And these are clubs that are just within the walls of engineering. Once you branch out into sort of larger scope campus life, there are hundreds of clubs. There's club days. There's so many clubs. In fact, club days last 2 days because they can't fit them all into the university center. So there's everything you could imagine. So there's a place for everyone at the University of Guelph, which is a wonderful message. We do have a couple of things we still want to touch on. Catherine touched on WISE, Women in Engineering and Science, or Science and Engineering, pardon me. It's very, very important in the STEM subjects. And it's very important to the University of Guelph that female students are well represented in STEM, and engineering is no different. We're very proud of the fact that we have quite a large, one of the largest percentage of female students related to the total student body in engineering. So that's I would say something that we're very, very proud of and hang our hat on. And I think the environment around the school is very reflective. I know from working with students an awful lot on events like this and finding students to represent the school. Women are the first ones in line. Our female students are the first ones in line to want to talk about the great experience that they have here at the University of Guelph. And let's see, we're down to just a few minutes. Maybe we want to talk about the admission cycle and how this happens. If Dr. Gordon, if you're still there, maybe we'll have you come back and talk a little bit about the admission cycle.
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep. So the admission cycle, so if you're in grade 12 right now, you're probably getting lots of emails from your guidance counselors to start attending events like these and start making some decisions about where you'd like to apply through the OUX system. And I believe your applications are due in January. Our cycle at the University of Guelph is 3 rounds of offers, as it says there. These typically happen early February, March, and then May. We have actually within the last couple of years started making some very, very early offers in December, which has been a good practice. So the earlier you can get your application in, the better. I'll just relay that information. So basically how it works is, we do base our offers on grades. So I mentioned the grades that we'll use to calculate a GPA. And We basically start in February at the highest grade cutoff in order to make a certain percentage of our offers, and we move the cutoff down each round. Okay, so hang in there if you haven't gotten an offer yet, because each round that we move through, the cutoff does drop a little bit until we hit our final cutoff, which will happen in May with that last round of offers. So that's how our cycle works. There is an opportunity for students to also fill in a student profile form. So I know we always get questions from students who are wondering whether or not the extra stuff that they're doing is looked at and so on. And so I would encourage students to try filling out that student profile form along with their application. At Guelph, the way we use the profile form is in May, after we've made those last round of offers. If there are students that are within a few percentage points of that cutoff and have filled in a student profile form, we do have an admissions committee that will look at that. Okay, so we only look at the profile form if you're really near the cutoff. So if you're over the cutoff, we'll never look at your profile form. Hopefully that's clear, but it's still worth it, I think, to fill it in and explain why you're so keen and interested to come to Guelph for engineering. So hopefully that explains everything. I'm getting a question in the chat about med school requirements. I don't know, Chris, do you want me to take that? Or
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I saw that.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So if you're interested in potentially using the biomedical engineering program as a springboard into med school, we do have students that have done that. And the program has actually been designed to try to cover off all of your med school requirements. So for instance, organic chemistry, which is a med school requirement for a lot of medical schools, is an option to take as an elective that would count towards your biomedical engineering program degree. So it's possible to do that. If you're interested in medical school, you should be checking the admissions requirements of each individual medical school, rather that, because those do change and shift with time. But you can rest assured, I would say, that any engineering degree, so usually a medical school requires an undergraduate degree, whether that's science or engineering. Any of our engineering degrees give you such a solid foundation in both science and applied knowledge that they would work well as a undergraduate degree leading to medical school. And our biomedical engineering program specifically mixes the life sciences and gives you an opportunity to take courses like, we have a mammalian anatomy course that you can take. There's a physiology course that's a required course as part of the curriculum. You can take courses like biomechanics, so you're studying human movement. And as I mentioned, there's options to take elective courses that are actually pre-med school requirements at a lot of schools as well. So hopefully that answers that.
That's great, Karen. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
I think as we are down to a couple of minutes till the end of our first live session, I just wanted to take, and thanks, Hillary has taken us to the academic programs, and we're going to just very quickly look at the schedule for the non-co-op and the co-op streams, and you'll see fairly straightforward. If you're in a non-co-op, you're attending fall winter semesters. We do not currently offer a semester in the summer, but there are opportunities to take courses, whether it's to catch up or get ahead or be strategic about your choices. There are some options in the summer, but generally full undergraduate semesters are winter and our fall, and you'll see here you're scheduled to graduate at the end of a 4-year experience. And if we could go to the academic program for co-op, just to show you where co-op fits in. So you really are going to, you're not rushed into it, you're well prepared for it. It comes your first co-op session or your first co-op placement comes at the end of your second academic, full second academic year, and that's a 4-month placement. Followed in your third year with an 8-month placement, which is back-to-back 4-month placements, and then in between your 4th and your 5th year, co-op students will go on another 8-month placement. And what our employers really do love about that is that by the time a student is being hired to take on an 8-month co-op placement, chances are within that 8 months of placement, there are some really substantial projects and roles for you in that company. But you've already had your first 4-month you're sort of trained and you're used to you're used to being out in a work environment. That 8-month co-op gives employers opportunity to really give you something to sink your teeth into in terms of projects or responsibilities. And by the time you've finished your 4-month and your 2 consecutive 8-month placements, you're pretty comfortable in a work environment and very confident as a Guelph student. As we've said, a lot of the subtleties in our curriculum here are preparing you very, very well to be a good employee and to be valued by your employer. Teamwork, communications, collaborative work, collaborative learning, leadership, these are all skills that are valued and really sought after. So we do feel as though a few of our more maybe unique or slightly different opportunities through your BEng with us are preparing you very, very well. So that's our 45 minutes of live presentation. We will be, okay, thanks Hillary. You'll see here, if you're moving on from our session, please take note of the contact information for Hillary. She's your main point of contact for any questions that you may have in follow-up to this presentation, but also any that you may have that occur to you as you're considering Guelph as one of your options and opportunities. We'd love to hear from you. As well as there may be opportunities coming where you can connect one-on-one or in smaller group scenarios with our current students who are always very excited and enthusiastic about talking about the great experience that they have here. So I think that is it for the live session. Our Q&A is going to continue uninterrupted until 4 p.m. We'll be back with another live presentation to cover a lot of the same material at 2 o'clock. If you'd like to join us again, didn't get a chance to ask your question, the chat is continuing and the live presentation will be back at about 2 o'clock.
Chris, I'm just going to add, in addition to the chat continuing for the next hour, the slideshow will be on a loop as well. So if you missed any slides, they will come back around.
Great, Hillary, thank you. So thanks to everyone that chose to be with us for the last 45 minutes. Thank you very much to the students and the faculty and everyone manning or working the Q&A. So that's it from us. Well, it's 2 o'clock, so I'll say good day to everybody and thank you very much for joining us for the Fall Preview Day 2020 Engineering Session number 2. We have a great group of faculty and students here with us today and staff to present some information to you about the Bachelor of Engineering at the University of Guelph. We're going to touch on a number of points that we hope you consider when you're choosing your options, and maybe we'll best answer that question, why Guelph Engineering could be right for you. So I'll start with an introduction for myself. I'm Chris Beckett. I'm the school's industry liaison officer and person responsible for all external relationships as they pertain to research partners, alumni partners, and I'm also obviously involved in a bit of our student recruiting and these online events as they were. So with us as well, we have Hillary Royackers. Hillary is our liaison officer for student recruitment and social media. So you'll hear from Hillary in a little while, and she's always available through email and other means to answer your questions directly. Dr. Bill Van Heist is with us. Bill is a professor in our environmental engineering program, but as well, Bill is currently the Associate Dean of External with our college, that is the College of Engineering and Physical Sciences. So thank you, Bill. Vanessa Christini is with us today. She's a biomedical engineering student. We have Grace Lee, and Grace is a biological engineering student. And we have a number of others who are online with our live event Q&A. So as we're moving along here, to all our participants, I'd encourage you to ask your questions. We have a great team, Taylor, Sydney, Joel, and Professor Misra will be all on hand to answer your questions as they come in and maybe support us with a little bit of information along the way. So if we can go to the, there we go, why Guelph Engineering. So that's what we're here to talk about, and we're going to take you through a number of these points, some of which we feel make us a little bit unique in the landscape of engineering programs, and others that we really feel like you should know them. It's useful information as you're considering all aspects of a program and a university experience, because as you'll hear over the next 35 to 40 minutes, your time with us will be spent on your engineering curriculum, finishing your Bachelor of Engineering, but there's also a lot more to school life than just academics, and we're going to talk about that as well. So over the course of the presentation, we're going to address things like why our unique approach to design, why we're very proud of that and its usefulness. We're very much a hands-on collaborative learning environment here, very supportive environment, both from the administration of the school and the operation of the school, but as well from your peers. We're going to touch on our co-op education opportunities, extracurriculars, and more. So we'll move on. And I'm going to ask Dr. Van Heist to join me live. And we're going to talk about the program requirements as they are for students coming out of high school. And then we're going to get into a little bit of just we only have 40 minutes. So we're going to do a fairly brief introduction of our programs. All the information that we're sharing with you today is available on our website. We'd encourage you to go to the University of Guelph website, source out the engineering page, and for prospective students, a lot of this information is verbatim available on the website. As well, Hillary is going to share her contact information towards the end of the presentation, so please take note of ways in which you can reach out to Hillary directly if you have questions. So Bill?
Yep.
There you are. Okay. So as you know them, can you help our audience understand the program requirements?
Coming from the high school?
Coming from high school.
Yeah, and this is going to be specific to Ontario high schools. If you're coming from a province or if you're coming from a CEGEP program out of Quebec, the requirements are a little bit different. But right now, for fall 21, we will require you to have your 4U English and then advanced functions and the calculus courses, and then 2 courses from the 3 sciences, and that could be biology, chemistry, and physics. If you are mechanical, if you're heading towards that mechanical route, I would really strongly recommend you get the physics before you come in. And then you need one additional basically 4U course, and it could be whatever is your highest mark. And those 6 courses then will be used to get your average that will be looked at in order to, in comparison to our cutoff average. If you're grade 11, or if you're thinking of deferring for a year until fall 22, the requirements will change, and the change is going to be that you require chemistry and physics. You will not require biology anymore. It won't be used for the science credits, but that's really the only change. So that's really it in a nutshell. Get your math, get your sciences, you've got to have English, you got to be able to communicate, and then that'll set you up really well for your first year.
Okay, before we move on from here, in our last session, we did cycle around back to it, and Dr. Gordon spoke to us just briefly about the supplemental information form, which is sometimes available, and how it is used. Can you comment at all on that?
Sure. So the supplemental form is potentially if you have extenuating circumstances that may not allow you to attain the highest average that you think you are capable of. Let's say you have you're looking after an elderly grandparent, and that duty takes you away from your scholastic duties, and as such your grades suffered. This isn't a chance for students that have had these extracurricular events in their life. It could be you're like an athlete competing at the Canadian level, and there's a lot of different reasons for it. But when your grades don't quite match what you think your abilities are, there's an opportunity for you to fill out the supplementary form and let us know then what happened and why it happened and why you think you should be let into the program. These are only looked at for students who are 1 or 2% below sort of the cutoff average, typically. But they can be very useful, especially when, as I said, for students who have had events in their life that were unforeseen, or students who had foreseen events, but that they decided, like sports is a big one, that they wanted to pursue the sport and achieve a high rank in that sport rather than necessarily getting your academic average up there. So hopefully that helps, Chris.
That does. That's great. And I just wanted to maybe get to that preemptively, as it did come up in our last session. We just want people to know that your academic performance is sort of at the primary, or is at the core of the evaluation process, but it's not the dead stop, absolutely only thing that we use. So Bill, I'm going to keep you with me here, and I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. As I've mentioned a couple of times, we are pressed for time, so we don't want to, we have a lot of ground to cover, but I think it's useful for the audience to have a little bit of an understanding of what our 7 program offerings are. And some of them are unique or a bit different on the engineering landscape in Canada. And then some are even slightly, I guess, closely aligned with other programs within our offerings. And I'm just wondering if, Bill, if you could stay with us and maybe walk us through our program offerings and just offer sort of maybe a thematic focus, or what just helps students think about where their interests align with our programs, if you could.
Sure. So let's start out. Let's do alphabetical. So let's go biological. Biological engineering is probably one of our oldest programs. It was originally our agricultural program, and then more into food and beverages and sort of pharmaceutical batch reactor type things. It's a fairly unique program, and a lot of the students that get out of this once they graduate, there are plenty of jobs available in the food sector in Ontario and in the beverage, beer, other spirits in terms of what these students can do. So very solid, long-standing history in this area. Typically has a smaller class than, let's say, mechanical would. And then let's go on to biomed. I'm going to be conscious of time. So biomed was launched in 2010 at the University of Guelph. So it's a relatively new program, but it actually balances some of the stuff that is taken in the biological engineering with elements in mechanical engineering and elements from our engineering systems and computing. Obviously, it's focusing on the biomedical field, And this is not just for humans, but it could also be for animals as well. And I think it's a highly sought after program. Some of our, I think our highest cutoff average is typically for biomedical engineering. And then let's go on to computer. So computer engineering, like biomedical, was launched in 2010. And again, fairly new, but it is sort of taking what's done in our engineering systems and computing and looking at the computer side of it and actually advancing that. Again, this one, there's a lot of demand for our graduates once they are finished the program, you know, especially in the Guelph, Waterloo, Kitchener, Cambridge area. We are becoming very much a tech hub. Like, you know, we've got the Google, we've got Desire to Learn. There's a whole bunch of these tech companies that are setting up shop in this sort of this region. So again, really good career opportunities once you finish computer engineering. And then moving on, engineering systems and computing. Again, it's been around for quite a while, and it's sort of a unique program in that it's sort of a systems engineering program, but it's focused more on things that are electronic and computers. So embedded computers. A lot of automobiles now have so many embedded systems in them that this type of a graduate from this program would be working on that kind of technology, sort of the mechatronics, but they'll do mechatronics from the electrical side, sort of controlling the actuators and the boards and stuff like that. Again, very much in demand, as you can well imagine. With today's society, the technology moving at the pace that it is, embedding computers in just about everything seems to be the trend. Environmental engineering, this one I'm a little biased. I think this is our best program, not just because I teach in it. I think we've got an outstanding environmental program. You know, we focus on all media, so water, wastewater, soil. I do air, and the students who graduate from this get snapped up by our consulting companies in Ontario. They get snapped up by our conservation authorities, municipal governments, provincial, federal. Again, really good job demand for our graduates in the environmental engineering program. Moving on, we go to mechanical. So I love mechanical engineering. I'm actually a mechanical engineer by training, but I went to I sort of hugged a tree and became an environmental engineer. Mechanical is one of the most popular programs we have in engineering right now. And the reason for that is it's such a broad program and gives you a sound foundation to actually go wherever you want. And in our mechanical engineering, we focus on renewable energy. We focus on mechatronics and focus on manufacturing. So those are sort of our three key areas that we focus on. And again, because our Southwestern Ontario is such a cluster for manufacturing and renewable energy, again, the jobs are there when you graduate. And then last but not least will be our water resources engineering. Again, this is one of our older programs. It stemmed out of agricultural engineering, sort of from that irrigation side of ag engineering. Now these students are one of our smallest programs actually, and it is one of the few programs that actually grow in student population as it moves up into fourth year because people see the need for it. These students basically look at watershed development in terms of land development or urban setting development, making sure that the water, we do not have flooding with our surface water and things like that. Again, highly sought after. Conservation authorities, consulting companies, all are hiring our water resources engineering. And then the undeclared entry. So you're in grade 12, you're sitting there going, well, do I have to make a decision now that's going to be with me for basically the rest of my life? And the answer is, yeah, no, you don't have to. You could come in as undeclared in your first year. And in that undeclared program, you could actually then have an opportunity to talk to upper year students who are in the various programs, as well as faculty and our staff who service those programs. You get then an idea firsthand of what those programs actually mean. I can tell you what they mean, but until you maybe talk to a student or you talk to sort of a professional in that field, you may not quite understand what direction that field may take you in. And then at the end of the first year, you would decide what program you wanted to go into. So it's a nice way to actually sort of ease into engineering, figure out what kind of engineering you would like to do, and then go from there. So Chris, hopefully I've got all the points.
You did. Thanks very much, Bill. That was a great summary. Again, I just wanted to remind everybody in attendance, those exact slides are available. All of that information is available on our website. And I'd encourage you to source that out and give it a read again. We're going to go a little off script here. Sorry, Hillary, as you're producing this, but we had a question come in, and I think we're best prepared to kind of answer it right here. So we are in an interesting environment with high schools learning in different environments, some online, some students are making it into their classes. So the question had come up, how will this online learning environment for grade 12s, how will that, or do we see that being impactful on the next round of admission? So I'm not sure if Bill, if you have any thoughts around there. I just wanted to answer this. A couple of our people on our live Q&A had asked if we could kick this one up the chain.
Sure. So there's no doubt about it. COVID is a challenge for everyone, not just for the high school and the high school teachers, but we are virtual for most of our courses right now in the university, and faculty are learning just as much as the students and how to teach in a virtual environment. The cutoff averages from grade 12, whether they are done virtually or whether they're done in class, I don't think it's going to make a big difference in terms of those marks get submitted to the Ontario University Center, and we basically will look at them from there. The one advantage I'm going to say for those that are doing online learning, I think you are going to be a much more successful student because you've had to develop a schedule and a drive to stay on track of all the information that you're given in all your courses. That's going to be a valuable skill as you move into university, whether or not we're virtual or face-to-face. There's always going to be a lot of components that you need to do and keep track of. So I think there are some good things that are coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, and this might be one of them, that it allows students to become more learner-centered and self-driven in terms of their education.
That's great, Bill. Thank you. And I hope that addresses the question that we had posted. So I'm going to try to get us back on track here, and I'm going to ask Vanessa and Grace to go live with their microphones. One of the features, and Bill, you're also welcome to comment as well. But one of the features that we boast about here and feel very, very strongly about is our emphasis on hands-on collaborative design learning opportunities. And so much so, we have incorporated a major design course in each of the 4 traditional years of your BEng, starting with the very first semester of your first year. You're enrolled in what we refer to as Design 1, which is Engineering 1100, and its sort of fun reference is the teddy bear wheelchair competition. Groups are assigned, so at this point, as a way of getting you to interact and mix with your peers in class, the instructors assign you to groups, and your task is essentially to design and build a somewhat autonomous vehicle, your teddy bear wheelchair, that carries Teddy, the class mascot, through a variety of different challenges. And I just thought I'd ask the students here to talk a little bit about that Design 1 experience in your first semester and how that warmed you up to being in engineering and what it taught you and what you've taken away from that class. So either one, Vanessa or Grace, if you'd like to take it away and add your comment there.
Yeah, sure. I can answer this. So I didn't have too much hands-on experience with a lot of engineering things before I came into the program. So having the teddy bear wheelchair project was awesome for me. I learned a lot. And it's not just the engineering experience that you get with you know, handling all the materials, building the actual teddy bear wheelchair, but also being able to learn and work with different types of people. I think that's really important, and that's something that you will see no matter where you end up in your career, and that's something that's really, really valuable that you get right off the bat here. And my first co-op job, actually, afterwards, I spoke to my manager, and she said that this was one of the reasons that she hired me, was because of the hands-on experience that I had that other applicants didn't have. So I think it really works to our advantage, and you gain a lot from them.
That's amazing, Vanessa. That's a great experience, and it is worth noting that it is having a major design project so early in your time is a unique feature of Guelph Engineering. Grace, do you have any comment?
Yeah, I actually do. I think one thing for me that I really liked about Design 1 is that I'm more on the quieter side in nature. So Design 1 really helped me learn to like reach out and meet different people, especially because the groups were assigned, and they actually do a survey to kind of see like what type of person you kind of are and trying to match you up with like similar types of people. So some of like my closest friends now are actually people that were in my design group back in Design 1. So that was like a very good feature. I also really like the design courses overall because it teaches you something that you don't really get from your other courses. Like it teaches you to think and like solve problems outside of like the typical like math and like problem solving, like more technical ones. So this is kind of allows you to think more on the creative side and use that.
That's great. Use those different muscles, right, Grace?
Yes.
The creative ones. Yeah, good. So maybe I'll ask you both to stay with me. I'm not sure if Bill has anything to add, but there are multitudes of design-oriented courses. These 4 that we're talking to you about right now are the ones that bring your entire cohort, your entire year together around one design. So it's a very common, it's an experience you're all going through together. So Design 2 focuses on 3D printing, additive manufacturing. The task there is to build a functioning toy that can complete certain tasks and is based on a yearly theme. Kind of the interesting feature of this little toy is that it needs to be 3D printed, as I mentioned, but it needs to be made of pieces that are of a size that it can assemble and disassemble and fit into a Kinder egg, the larger Kinder egg. If you've ever received one of those as a gift, you know what I'm talking about. Design 3 is where groups are formed, and I believe students lead the strategy of building their own groups in that class. But essentially, you're creating a consulting firm that sets about to solve or address a problem that you've either thought of yourselves or it has come from an industry partner, and you're learning how to deliver an engineering solution in that sort of more business to client relationship, and it helps you learn about report writing and presentation and things like that in an engineering context. And then Design 4, or what we call 41X, is the final capstone design project, which is a great celebration of design in the final semester for most students. So I'll just ask either Grace or Vanessa to comment. Just in general, I think Vanessa, you're warming up. You're in the proposal stage for 41X, so you've got a bit more of experience. I'm not sure, Grace, where you've gotten to in all of this, but any other comments? It's a really important part of the curriculum that we offer, and something, as I've mentioned a couple of times, we're very, very proud of, and we think that in fact, that we are well ahead of the curve in teaching and providing our students with the opportunities and the skills that are really well sought after in the professional environment. So if there's any additional comments from anyone.
Honestly, like Grace said, you get the lecturing from all of your lecture classes, but these are an opportunity to get that hands-on experience and work with group members to build something. The Kinder Egg toy was my favorite. It was just so much fun. We got to build a toy that we could literally play with. It was a great experience, and you know, it is something that a lot of employers really value. So this was one of the main reasons I chose Guelph as well. So I love these design projects.
That's great. Bill, do you have anything to add in this area?
Sure. Like as a faculty member, I actually am an advisor for some of these 41X design groups, the capstone design groups. And what I love about the design groups is when you have a multidisciplinary team where you might have an environmental, a mechanical, an engineering systems and computing student all coming together. And because of their diverse background, the solutions that they can come up to with the problems that they are trying to solve are actually quite incredible. And you will not see that in programs where you are kept within your own discipline in terms of your design. The reality is when you go into the workforce, you are going to be in teams of multidisciplinary people. Companies can't afford to have 3 or 4 people just like you. They need to have other people with different experiences and bring them in terms of the design and moving projects forward. So it really is a stepping stone into your actual working career.
Excellent. We should move along here, so we'll head to the next slide. And thanks very much to the 3 of you and to the 2 students. That's wonderful. We might be drawing you back in. I'm going to ask Hillary to talk a little bit about I started off by saying I think you're going to learn a few things that go beyond the curriculum, go beyond the programs. And Hillary's going to talk to you a little bit about clubs and maybe bring the students in to talk about some of their experiences in extra and co-curricular activities.
All right, thanks, Chris. It's good to mention that engineering isn't all about academics. Our students have plenty of opportunities in both engineering and campus-wide to sort of upgrade their experience at Guelph. In engineering alone, as you can see on the screen, I think we might even be missing a couple. We have 13 clubs ranging in interest and focus, but they all provide students with opportunities for experiential learning, collaboration, and even a chance to network with your peers. And that's not just in engineering. Some of the clubs that we have, they work with other programs across campus. Keeping with time, I won't go into explaining all 13, but maybe this is a good time to call on some of our students, what clubs you were a part of and how it benefited you or what you got from it and how it helped you with everything.
Sure. So I was on the Guelph Engineering Society for the last couple of years as the arts officer, and I will be returning next semester as the merchandise coordinator. But the way that I like to describe the Engineering Society is it's basically a student council for engineers. They're a body, a student, or they're represented, or they represent the engineering student body, and they are elected representatives by students. They run a variety of different charitable events and social events. So as arts officer, I got to run Coffee House, for example, my favorite event, but I'm biased. And it's basically where students get to come perform, and then other students will come and watch them. There's a bake sale. It's a whole lot of fun. So they run a lot of events throughout the semester that keep us busy and take us away from our academics a little bit.
Yeah. All right, thanks. If you have, that's okay. If you're going to add something, Grace, that'd be great.
Oh, I was just gonna, there's not much for me to say because Vanessa mostly covered it. I'm also on the Guelph Engineering Society. I was the secretary last year, and this year I'm on the communications coordinator. And I think one thing I really love about being on the Engineering Society is meeting different people from different years. That's how I met Vanessa, and that's how we became friends. So I just really love that part. It's like the different meeting like different people from the Guelph engineering community.
That's great. And I think so you'll see what we have 11 logos up there on that page. And those are really just the clubs that are associated with the School of Engineering. And across campus, there's club days, take 2 days. There are so many clubs across campus, they have to have the University Center open to promote their clubs for 2 days over the noon hours. There are so many different opportunities. And I think the message here really is there's something for everyone, whether you're aligned into a club with your friends and your classmates from engineering, or if you are a Harry Potter fan and you're going to join the Quidditch team across campus. There's so many opportunities to be involved. A lot of our engineers are athletes as well. So we do find we love our students. We love our engineering students. They're such high performing people that they have time to run, government organizations on campus, and they have time to be on teams, and they have time to do all this while maintaining the highest academic standards. So we love our students. We hope that you're going to consider being one of them. And if that's, and I think the message here is student life is pretty good at the University of Guelph. Always, if you consult the Maclean's rankings of programs and aspects of university, you'll see us at or near the list of top of the list for student satisfaction. We're a very student-oriented university, trying to put students' interests first wherever we can. There's lots of supports, both academic and otherwise. So it's a great place to be. We hope you consider being part of it. And before I lose track of where we're going, let's move to the next slide. So women in engineering, and specifically women in STEM, is a very, very important issue to all of us here. In fact, that we are one of the originators of the Go Eng Girl program, which I'm imagining some people in the audience have had experience with participating in. And across all of our STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and math, I believe, STEM, it is a university priority to provide opportunity and be very aware of how we're doing in our ratios of attendees as well. So Bill, do you have any other comments? I know as part of your role with the college, this is an important issue.
Yeah, and for engineering at Guelph, we're typically running around 30% female enrollment, and that's an average. The individual programs, some programs have attract more women. I'm thinking like environmental and biomedical, biological engineering. And then other programs tend to have more males in them, and that would be more like the computer engineering and mechanical engineering. But on a whole, it's at about 30%, which is pretty good across the country. We're not number one. We used to be number one before we launched mechanical engineering, and then that brought our average down. But we're going to try and get back up there to be number one in the next few years, hopefully.
Am I still on? Yes, I am. That's great. So it's just an important note that we wanted to make specific mention of. So we can move on. I think we're going to go to the admission cycle, and I'm going to ask Bill to talk a little bit about this. He has experience with how this works.
Sure. So the admission cycle is, we run actually 3 cycles, and within those cycles, we'll have what we call sweeps, and usually there's about 3 sweeps. So we will be trying to get offers out earlier this year than we've had in previous years. I know there's a lot of anxiety in grade 12 about getting accepted into university and making sure that you are settled. So we're going to try and help that, relieve that anxiety by hopefully having some earlier offers. Some may actually come out in December this year. More often than not, our big cycles, we typically look at attracting a third of our students in each of our round of offers. So if you haven't heard from us by February, it's not that you're out of consideration. We're just looking through all the different students with all the different grades, comparing them against the cutoff averages. And as your grade 12 marks come in, so your first, I guess we're into quadmesters for high school. So I'm not sure how this is going to work. So you'll have done your first quadmester by the time you apply to OUAC, which will be in January. So those marks will be uploaded, and those will be sort of what we'll be using as our initial basis and the marks that you had in grade 11. And then as we move throughout the winter and more marks become available, that'll influence how we actually look at and make offers in each of the remaining 2 sweeps. It's a bit complicated and it can be frustrating waiting, but if your marks are there, you will get an offer.
That's good. That does help, and that's good to know. And it is a question that we get a lot from people. You know, there's when you're waiting to hear the news, there's often anxiety. But so hopefully that has cleared up how we approach, or at least how here at the University of Guelph our cycle of admission offers is handled. So I think we have about 10 minutes to go, and I'd like to just run through briefly what your academic program looks like as both a non-co-op student as well as a co-op student. So as you'll see here, academic program is typically 4 years to graduate, typically, and this is for our non-co-op group. And you'll see here, I guess the really one detail to point to is that there is no full summer semester offering. So you are attending typically in a fall-winter semester cycle with summers off, but there are often courses available in summer, whether it's to retake a credit if that situation arises, or if you are needing to catch something up that you weren't able to schedule in one of your previous semesters. There is quite often an offering in the summer that will help you do so and stay current. Other than that, it is sort of more straightforward on how you would be familiar with attending high school. And the academic program for co-op students is typically 5 years to graduate, and this includes 20 months of co-op. So you'll see here, you do your first full 2 years of academic study before you are sent out on your first co-op. That is a 4-month co-op, so that really is a nice opportunity to get into a workplace. I guess get your feet wet, figure out what co-op's all about, relate to your employer, get some experience under your belt. The second opportunity for co-op is an 8-month, followed by your third is also an 8-month. And those 8-month co-op placements, and we're going to go to our students here and talk a little bit about co-op and their experiences, but those 8-month are really enjoyed by our employers because they are long enough for them to provide you with a really meaningful role around their company and around their operation with real deliverables and real responsibilities. So those all go a long way to building your skill set and getting the most out of your co-op opportunities. So I'm going to ask Grace and Adriana. Oh, pardon me, have I got it wrong? Vanessa, pardon me, Vanessa. I'm going to ask them to come back on and maybe talk a little bit about their co-ops, how you found your jobs. That's a huge question for people. How did you find your job? What was your favorite job? Any comment that you have like that?
Sure.
Not sure if you want. Okay, go ahead.
I can go ahead. So for my first 4-month co-op, and I think this is something common with all co-ops, it's the most difficult one to find. You don't have too much experience yet, but I was able to find a co-op. I worked as a research assistant at a hospital in downtown Toronto, and the Guelph has a job board essentially with co-op advisors who help you pretty much every step of the way to make sure that you are applying to jobs, that you're seeing the jobs. Their responsibility is to reach out to employers and basically find those jobs for us. That being said, it is possible to find other jobs on your own and then get them approved through the co-op office if you find something that isn't on the job board. But the co-op office is a really great resource. So that was my 4-month co-op. My second 8-month co-op was at a medical device company in Mississauga. That was probably my favorite. They do a lot of cool things, and as a co-op, they let me do a lot of really valuable testing of their medical devices to basically tell them if they were good enough to move on to the next step of the design process. And then I'm currently on my last co-op with that same medical device company. Unfortunately, it was supposed to be an 8-month co-op, but with COVID, it got cut. So I'm actually only on that 4-month, but it's still very valuable. And like Chris said, they do really like 8-month co-ops because there is just so much more time for you to really get involved in the projects that they have to offer. So I definitely recommend co-op. The opportunities are great, and you definitely learn a lot. So I definitely recommend if you have the means to do so. That's my experience.
Sorry about that. That's great. Thanks. Now, Grace, are you a co-op student?
Yes, I am a co-op student, but unfortunately, I did actually miss my first co-op work term due to the current situation, and then currently I'm searching for my 8-month co-op.
Okay.
Still searching.
Well, good luck. And what are you looking for, just in case there's any employers out there?
I'm not really sure what I want to do yet. I'm pretty open. Since I am biological, I am looking more towards like food and processing them. So.
Okay, great. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. I'm not sure if any of our students on the chat board are interested in expressing their opinions on co-op. I know Sydney's out there, and she's currently doing a co-op with the School of Engineering. I've had a chance to work with her on a couple of things, which has been a good experience, I think. But possibly she's not listening.
No, I'm here. So I had a great time finding co-ops in my first and second round, but then the whole situation with COVID happened, and like I'm in my fourth year and it was really hard. So University of Guelph actually did a wonderful thing where they partnered with, I believe it's Government of Canada, to help fund some extra co-op programs. So like I'm in biomedical engineering, but I've met people in philosophy and the arts and all these different things, and we've been helping get professors ready to offer their courses online. So you get a kind of behind the scenes look at what actually goes into education. And it's been a great experience. So don't be afraid of co-op just because of COVID. There's so many great opportunities still.
That's great. Thanks, Sydney. And that's true. And just to touch on something that Vanessa had talked about, just the opportunity to find a position. So if you're someone who's come from, somewhere in Ontario, somewhere in Canada, and there's a company at home that you've always thought you'd like to work for, and they're aligned with your interest, you can go and find that job. You work with your co-op coordinator. We have 4 dedicated co-op coordinators to the School of Engineering. It's their job to both be looking for jobs, so they're out developing positions and bringing them for students to review and apply to. So our students apply to jobs so that it is replicating the sort of the effort to find a job. So you apply, you interview, and you're granted the job. So there's the 2 sides of that coin, where you can go out and help your co-op coordinator and get a job approved and find your own opportunities, and then there's the other opportunity to work with the coordinators to see what jobs are coming in and work on your resume and apply and be successful that way. So we're drawing up on the 45-minute mark. So Hillary has shared her contact information here. Hillary is our engineering recruiting officer. So if you have any specific questions, anything that we didn't cover that you didn't get a chance to interact over the Q&A, during this 45 minutes, you can send that request to Hillary. We're going to be working on a program that will typically, I'll take a step back, typically face-to-face recruiting visits are often something that we do with potential students and their families that are interested to coming to see the building and meeting students and things like that. Difficult for us to replicate right now, but we are working on a program that's going to pair potential students, applicants, or potential applicants with our current students for brief Zoom connections. So you can just chat and ask your questions straight to the student and get their real opinion on what it's like here and why they're happy they're here and a lot of these other questions. So Hillary's going to be coordinating that. So please make note of her information there. The way this is working, we are going to be finished in about 1 minute here on our live presentation, but the chat board is going to remain active until 4 o'clock. So again, if you're there, if you're in attendance and you do have questions or you're midway engaged in a back and forth with someone on our chat board, don't worry, we're not going to close that down right away. But I just wanted to say thank you very much to everybody on the panel here, Hillary, Bill, Grace, Sydney, others on the chat, Taylor, Joel, Dr. Misra, and Vanessa. I hope I didn't miss anybody. So thanks very much. And we hope everybody in attendance has enjoyed what we've had to share. And we look forward to hearing from you. And even more, we look forward to seeing your application. So I think that is it for us. Thank you very much. Take care.